Ba-ba-bum-bum. All right. Let's get this all set up. Yeah. Hello, everybody. It's been a while. We took a break. Sorry, I just got up not too long ago, but it's been a while since we've worked on the Dark Angels. Took a break and started building an Ahriman proxy, which is coming along pretty well. But just want to get back into these dudes here. Take a break from the the nightmare sculpting event that we've got going with the Ahriman, and just come back and do a bit more painting. You made it. Welcome, Hensley. Let's get our light at a good angle. Get the microphone out of the way there. Right, that's probably good. So, what have we got left to do with these guys? We've got, we need to paint the guns, and we need to do probably some of the metallic details, like on the power packs, and then it's just weathering, and it's probably the end of it, I think. Just wanted to stop in. You're still working, unfortunately, so you'll be back if I'm still straightening later on. Right, no worries, Hensley. Take your time. I'll probably be here for a while at least. I'm gonna see if we can push through and finish these. So I'll probably be going for 4 hours-ish. Might go longer, but I don't think I'll be stopping at 3. We'll see. But let's just see. I've got all my paints tucked away at the back here. Pull these out. These are the ones that we've been using for the Dark Angels. So, what do we want to do for the flamers? I don't know what colors we want to do the flamers in. We will need to do the purity seals. But we'll probably do them after we're coming back through at the very end. I don't want the flamers to look too crazy. I'm just gonna 1 second. Maybe just have a quick peek at a couple of reference images, get some ideas for what people have done. Right, okay. I reckon. Let's just, what metallics have I got out here at the moment? I've got Hachette Copper, probably not going to do that for a whole lot on here, because it's a bit bright. Runelord Brass though, that's a good one. We'll probably use this. Ranoxide, always useful. And then Lead Belcher, always useful. That's also my Lead Belcher there. That's a spare one. Put that back there. Use a blue, purple, and black working from the back of the part that gets hot, and you'll get the burned effect on it. Okay. Maybe we'll give that a shot. So, as in, are you suggesting I essentially like go blue and then glaze a purple towards the back, and then glaze a black on the front, just so that it sort of tapers toward, like, from black through to blue at the back. Sorry, from black at the front to blue at the back. Is that what you're suggesting? Just quickly see what other colors I have at my disposal. I don't have a whole lot in the way of deeper blues. The deepest blue I've got is the Calidor Sky here, which is still quite light, is the issue. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm not sure if the contrast paint would work. Maybe I could use a contrast. If I just go over it with a with Grey Seer to begin with, and then I contrast paint it with a Salmon Blue, and then I can glaze from there. I'm not really sure what kind of effect it'll look like in the end, though, so I'm not 100%. Maybe I'll just do a test patch of that on one of the bases, just because I'm not sure what it'll look like, so I'm interested to see what the end result will be. So, the blue, and then... And where's my Corvus Black? Over here. Yeah, just because I'm interested to see what it'll look like, so I'm gonna do a little test patch on one of the bases. Where's a base that I can reach a fair bit of? Go here. And while that dries, let's look at what else we can do. For the other bits, we've got some weathering that we can work on. I'm thinking that I might sponge some of the greens that we've used over the shoulder pads here, just to sort of break up the markings a bit. And just see if we can sort of make it look chipped and that sort of thing. And so the mid green that I had used was the Vallejo Angel Green, so I think we'll run with that. Because I don't want to do it with the Warpstone Glow or the War Flesh, because I think they're too far removed from the current coat. Hey Tiki, how you going? And so I'm just going to put a little bit of this on the texture palette, because I don't need it to be too wet. I'm wanting to use the paint while it's quite thick. Nice night for a night. Look, maybe after this one, after this batch of dudes here, we can start on the night. It'll be a big endeavor, but I think that would be very cool to do. Where's my sponge? Here we are. So let's pick up just a little bit of the paint onto our sponge, and then we're gonna just tap it away until we get a bit of texture. So you don't want to have it blobbing on. Let's just see if we can just gently push it back. Maybe I need it a little thicker so that it's not transparent. Yeah, and let's go through and do that to all of them. Gene Stealer Cult Knight, the proper good guys of Warhammer 40k. That would honestly be really cool. G'day, hey Lyle, how you going? What's left to do with these dudes? I'm coming through and doing the weathering on them. So like right now, I'm sponging over the shoulder markings just to make it look like they've been chipped and worn away. Then we've got to paint the guns, and then just do some of the final little details. But I'm optimistic that we can finish them today. Oh, that was a bit thin, so it's just sort of glazed over it. It's not what we want, so I just wipe it away with my thumb and then pick up a bit more on the sponge. Tap out the excess and just drop it on there. That's looking a bit better. And then we'll just wipe the excess out. Try to stop it from drying in there and blocking up the sponge. Honestly, I might just actually see if I can clean it out in the water. Yeah. I'll just need to let the sponge sit for a bit, because I'll be using it again later, so I'll just suck out any excess moisture. And we'll let that sit. Now let's come back and continue working on that, on this little test we've got going. Once I've done that, I can go back with a gunmetal color to add to it and make it look like the chips are down to the bare metal. Yeah, I was gonna go back on top of that with the Rhinox hide that I have, just so that it does look like it's gone back to something that's more like damaged metal down the bottom there. There's this dude here. And so you start with all blue. And then you said after the blue it's then purple, and then we glaze in black at the end. Seeing the blue on there now, I am starting to see what you mean. It does look quite cool. So we'll see how that dries, and then we'll come back to it. I think maybe for the round parts of the power packs here, maybe Runelord Brass would look quite nice. And then sort of black for the rim around the bottom of it there. Because I don't want to have things that are too bright. So I think Runelord Brass is a nice compromise of having that sort of bronzy color without it popping out a lot. So we'll get some of that on the palette. This is one of the colors that I'm running quite low on. Probably need to restock on it next time I'm in the city. It's a good color. I do enjoy using it. Go. Yeah, I think this will be quite nice. I'm a fan of this color. I inspired you to paint Space Marines. You're putting on ground textures at the moment. Nice. Yeah, Space Marines are surprisingly satisfying to paint. I've mentioned this in the previous streams painting these dudes, but like, I had only been painting Xenos before these guys, and I'd never really been interested in painting Space Marines, but they are just really nice to paint. Because it all just is really, I'm not going to say easy, but I guess they're just really satisfying to paint, the way all the shapes work together and how accessible all of the sections are. Through their armor looks amazing. Yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. It's just really satisfying. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I was always sort of deterred a bit from painting Space Marines is because I'm not a huge Ultramarine fan, and all the art you ever see of them, or all the box art and everything like that is always Ultramarines, and it's like, just a bit off-putting for me. But having sat down and just painted them as Dark Angels has been really satisfying. My paint's a little too thin so you can see the green showing through. I'm just coming back a little more paint on the brush just to cover that over. A bit better. Oh, whoops, I was completely out of frame there. Zoom that out a little bit. So that I'm not shifting out of the way constantly. Oh, whoops, my coffee's gone almost cold. Yeah, I got it while it was still a bit warmer than room temperature, so it wasn't super disgusting. I was doing this in a little bit, just not too much. 5 riflemen left. Nice. You good? You seem to struggle with that one there. Really taking it out of you. Man is on death's door. Cold coffee, ew, also hi. Hey, Pure. Yeah, I got it just before it was cold, so we're good. Your soul has left your body, I can tell. Best purchase you've ever made was a rechargeable heat mug so your hot drinks stay hot for hours if you forget about them. That's a thing you can get? That's crazy. That sounds like witchcraft. I think I need one of those, honestly. I prefer iced coffee peppermint mocha. Yum yum. Yeah, I'm not a I've never really been an iced coffee guy. Which is weird. You would think that living in Australia, I would prefer iced coffee to regular coffee, just because it's like, you know, because it gets quite hot down here. But I don't know, just never really been all that into it. Red Eye Man, make espresso, put one shot in, and the rest, and fill the rest with black drip coffee, dark and bitter, like what's left in your soul. Jesus. I think the hive mind has gotten a little too much hold on Tiki. Look, I think Tiki's been on the down and down for a while. This man is suffering. The only solace he can find is in the warm embrace of the four-armed emperor. He's been hanging out with the hybrids too long. He started with a tank and armored car and a mortar team, and you're taking 55 riflemen. Oh my... That... can't even. That is such a monolithic task. Why do you do this to yourself? 60 guys built and painted in a week. Wish you had 3 arms. Yeah, you've built and painted 60 guys in a week. Here I am like 2 weeks later still painting 10, like these 10 dudes that I'd started all that time ago. That is next level batch painting, isn't it just? Like, you say you wish you had 3 arms. There's no way you could have done that unless you have 3 arms. I don't believe for a second that you are not actually a gene stealer. Was a last minute invite? That yours look like they were painted in a week? No, but the thing is, if you're using them for tabletop, as long as you can, like, they don't need to look amazing, because you're not going to be getting up close and, like, looking at them. You just need to, as long as they look fine from a standing position, from a good couple of feet away, it's all good. And, like, if you have the extra time at the end, you can always just give them some decent looking bases, and then that fixes anything. Because the bases are more noticeable than the minis anyway. Like 5 colors per model and a base. Look, as long as you have an okay base on them, that'll make them look way better than they actually are. Three foot pretty. That's it. As long as they're 3 foot pretty, it's fine. Base is what tied them in. 2 coats of dark green matte paint, and with green tufts of grass works for most boards other than snow. Yeah. And look, like grass tufts are magic. Like that shit is actual sorcery. You like the base can look really mid, and then the second you put some grass tufts on that thing, it just looks incredible. I don't know. I'm like very new to the grass tuft business. And then I made my first base with a grass tuft on it, and it was crazy. I was like, what? You can do this? The spongy green foliage is good too. Is that like the what is it called? Is that the grass flock? Is that what they call it? Just like the all the stuff that you just sort of you put glue on your base and then just throw it all on there? Or is this different again? I'm still pretty new to basing mats. Just been doing Astro Granite and dry brush bases, thinking of spicing things up by adding a few of those blue purple tufts for your Drukari. Astro Granite is a really cool texture paint. I want to get it. When I was in Japan, I really wanted it, and so every time I visited the Warhammer store, I'd check to see if they had it in stock, but it was always out, which was really frustrating. So next time I go in, I'm gonna see if I can get it, because it looks really cool. But yeah, if like to spice it up, just get like a couple of tiny pebbles from your backyard. And yeah, those blue purple tufts would also go a long way. Comes in more spongy chunk and you can rip them into smaller pieces. Oh, okay, so it's like little bits of foam-like stuff. Is this dry now? It is. Cool, let's continue giving this a shot. So for this, we're just testing to see what this effect looks like. You're very new to the 40k, have some questions if you'd like to answer? Ask away, we've got lots of very knowledgeable people in here. Gene Stealer called to the good guys. He didn't even get to ask yet, Tiki. Chill. Emperor has 4 arms. I think I thinned this away too much. We'll just need to get a little bit of the purple. And that base looks good. I'm not really doing anything with the base here. I'm just trying to... I'm testing out a little thing that, that Silver had suggested for how to do the guns. Where essentially you start with blue and then you glaze purple and then you glaze black towards the end to give it a burnt look. So I'm seeing what it looks like on the base before I put it on the model. When it comes to painting figures, what's the difficulty like? You've tried making custom Halo Mega Blocks figures. You know what those are, and you ruined them and hate to make the same mistake. I would say give it a shot. It's really fun, really easy. Oh, okay, it's not really easy. It's as hard as you choose to make it. When it comes to actually painting them, it's kind of like coloring in... It's like 3D coloring in books, where the model pretty much tells you how to put the paint down. And so it's... Like, So I'm sort of getting lost because I'm also focusing on trying to do the paint here. But I would just say that if you're curious, don't feel put off because you're worried about ruining it or you'll never get anything done. Like, if you want to give it a shot, go for it. I got into it without knowing anything about painting, and I had a great time. Yeah, you can mess up on the 40k models, but you can always strip them and try again without damaging the model. That's exactly it. Like, the worst thing that you can do is just put the paint on and not like it, in which case you can just soak it in isopropyl alcohol and then just with a toothbrush, once it's soaked for about 10 minutes or so, just wipe it all off and try again. Like, that is the worst case scenario, and I haven't had to do that yet. So it's really easy. As long as you just keep the paint relatively thin, you can always just go over what you can always just go over any mistakes that you make. So yeah, to summarize all that rambling, if you want to give it a shot, but you're worried about making mistakes, I'd say just go for it. It's really hard to actually permanently ruin a model, because unlike when you're actually making custom models, it's all pre-built for you. Well, it's not pre-built, but all the parts are there. You just need to stick it together, and then you're good to go. And it's really not that bad. Like I said before, it's as hard as you choose to make it. It's also good to follow the rule of cool, let your inspiration drive you. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's not worth painting the mini if you're following a scheme that you're not interested in. So, for example, the Space Marines always say, like they're always advertised as the blue guys, the Ultramarines. If you don't care about Ultramarines, don't force yourself to paint them as Ultramarines because you won't enjoy it. Like, as long as whatever you're painting is something that interests you, you'll have fun even if it's not perfect. And also, it's never going to be perfect because that's just how art in general is. It'll never be like what you're seeing in your mind's eye. So that's why I like sort of painting and going in without a plan, because when I go in without a plan, it's not like I'm trying to reach a certain point. It's just like I'm putting the paint on. And if it looks good, that's awesome. If it doesn't look good, okay, we can try again. It's refreshing to hear you've loved the Halo universe and similar universes since you were a kid. Always heard about 40k, but due to the new game coming out, you've looked into it and loved the lore. Oh my, I am so pumped for Space Marine 2. Yeah, Space Marine 2 is going to be sick. I really want it to come out already so I can play it. Like, I was kind of, I was kind of on the fence because it's like, oh, it's Ultramarines again. But then the trailers showed people customizing their Space Marines to be like Black Templars and Dark Angels and shit, and that was like, okay, I am 100% sold now. And also, it was like, okay, cool, it's fighting Tyranids, that's fine, I guess. But then some of the trailers showed Chaos in it as well, and it's like, oh. Yeah, it's really cool. Very excited. But yeah, I would say that, like, 40k is just one of the coolest sci-fi settings to me. Just because it's like, it's more fantasy than sci-fi. Like, Halo is really cool. I played so much Halo growing up. Well, actually, I say growing up, but like, Halo Reach was my first game, so it's not exactly like I was an OG fan. But, I played the shit out of Halo Reach. But yeah, like, I've been super into Halo for a long time, and it's really cool sci-fi. But then 40k is like this weird, like fantasy, like space fantasy shit where like it's all gothic and I don't know, weirdly not steampunk, but that sort of vein of like the spaceships are fucking cathedrals. Like, how cool is that? And so yeah, it was very cool. Because I had originally played 40k. Well, actually, I was exposed to 40k before I was exposed to Halo, because I played Dawn of War as a kid, but then I'd kind of forgotten about it, and then I got back into it sort of in my mid-teens, and then yeah, just remembered how cool it all is. 8 foot tall, genetically enhanced super soldiers, so rad. Yeah, like it's so over the top. Like Spartans in Halo, they're really cool. They're I was about to like start describing them, but like it depends on the generation of Spartan. But yeah, like they're these super enhanced super soldiers, but then you get Space Marines where it's like these dudes have got like they've got multiple hearts, they can spit acid, their rib cages are like actual armor plating. They can eat the brains of their enemies to like steal their memories and shit. Like, it's just so over the top. And then it's all topped off with the setting just having like literal hell as a dimension. Like the space travel, you you fly your ship through literal hell. It's like Minecraft. 1 block here is 7 blocks in the real world. But yeah, like that was one of the big things for me when I was getting back into 40k. It was during a university exchange in Japan, and so I had a lot of free time just like on the trains going to and from uni. And so I just went hardcore down the rabbit hole of 40k lore videos, and I was just I consumed so much 40k content over the course of a year. It was insane. The past 2 weeks have been nothing but research on 40k lore and literally nothing else. Yeah, there's so much to consume as well. That's like the crazy thing is like you can just watch and like you can just read and watch and keep on consuming stuff, and there's still so much more. Like I've been in the 40k lore space for a bit over a year now, and I've only just finally decided to start reading the books. So I've got the Ahriman book, the omnibus of that, so all of the Ahriman books compiled together, and it is really, really cool. I'm loving it because like after I've read, I know so much of the lore now, and so I know the characters and all that sort of thing. But then when you actually sit down and read the book, it's just crazy, because that was one of the things that really surprised me. Was I feel like the lore, like reading lore and like watching lore videos, really really primes you with everything. So like, you know in your head that like chaos sorcerers are kind of like, they're riding the line of every time they use their magic, they are like on the threshold of damnation and all that sort of shit. But I don't know, then like there's a difference between knowing that and then like in the books when whenever the characters, like when Ahriman is feeling the warp and he can sense a predator in the warp nearby that he can't see, but it's like a shark circling him every time he does something. It's just so cool. Did I listen to Luton 09's videos? I didn't know. For me, it was mainly warhammer and Major Kill. You call it 40k or Warhammer? It's like calling, for example, Halo as a whole reaches Halo, but Halo isn't Reach, if you know what I mean. I reckon like 40k is probably easier to communicate because there is also Warhammer Fantasy, which has a very large audience. So 40k sort of helps clarify that. Where Warhammer is like the blanket for like all of the Warhammer settings. Because like some people are fans of both 40k and fantasy, and Age of Sigmar, which is kind of fantasy but not really, in my understanding at least. So like if you're referring to Warhammer in general, then it's I guess it's more so into just the tabletop space. Yeah, I call it playing with my war dollies, into each their own. But yeah, if you're specifically talking about future Warhammer, then I'd just abbreviate it to 40k, because that way people instantly know what you're talking about. What's the difference between 40k and fantasy? So 40k is it's the sci-fi it's the sci-fi Warhammer setting set in the year 40, or it's like 41 or 42,000, with Space Marines and all that sort of shit. Warhammer Fantasy is set in a Middle Earth like setting. It's like actual fantasy. I don't know how to further explain it. It's like got dwarves and elves and shit. The elves are sort of like the proxy for Eldar. And it's all like, it's much less insanely power scaled than Warhammer 40,000. It's still out there, like, but it's a different setting entirely. So it still has like the same fundamentals, like the Chaos Gods are the same. Like you've still got Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, and Slaanesh. But all the characters are different, and the technology level is completely different, and the races are also different. Are you interested in painting any Warhammer Fantasy figures like the Skaven? The Skaven are really cool. I like the Skaven. Maybe, since like my whole, I don't really play the tabletop, I'm not married exclusively to 40k. So I might paint Skaven at some point, but I've got so many minis right now, that would be in the far future. And since my main interest is 40k, I'm probably going to stick with it for the time being at least. But yeah, I might paint fantasy in the future. Like, skeletons are really fun to paint. So I might get some, are they vampire counts that have skeletons? I'm not 100%. I think it's vampire counts that have skeletons. Oh, but actually the lizard men are really cool. I think if I were to paint fantasy, I'd paint the lizard men. half tempted to pick up some Age of Sigmar. It's starting to get more popular in your club. Oh, okay, so just like the people around you are starting to play it some more, or does Age of Sigmar have the same factions as Fantasy, or are some of them different? Because I know that in a previous stream, someone explained to me that GW kind of destroyed the fantasy setting with End Times, and then did the Age of Sigmar reboot. But I'm not sure if all of the factions persisted, or if they replaced some factions with others for Age of Sigmar. Okay, let's come back through now and just test the base that we've been working on. I should be able to come back in now with the black and just test out the glaze on there, see what this final bit will end up looking like. So, thin it down a bit, and we just glaze in from here. Oh, that's a bit too thick. Let's take away as much as we can. Going to girlfriends now, thanks for the help. I'll look out for my stream in the future. Cool, thanks for stopping by, Wyatt. Yeah, maybe I'll see you next time. All the best with the painting. Thank you. Yeah, if you do decide to get into painting, I hope you enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I can see how this looks. I think this would look quite nice on the guns. Thank you for the suggestion, Silver, if you're still there. I reckon we'll do that for the guns, at least for the part that heats up. But one sec, I will be right back. I'm just going to go and get a glass of water, and then we can get onto doing the guns. So I'll be back in just a moment. I think the only ones that don't overlap are the Tomb Kings. Both have Dwarves, Orcs, Kingdom of Bretonnia, and basically Cities of Sigmar. I see. Yeah, one second. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. This is a great way to hobby along to a live stream, and you guys got a cool thing going on. Yeah, it's for me, it's a great way for me to hobby. It's really good just to have someone, like, just have people there to talk to. Really makes the time go by. And I get to get cool ideas from everyone who's been doing this longer than I have. Okay, how's that dried out? Yeah, I think that'll actually look quite good. Thank you for the suggestion with this silver. I'll probably pull a bit more black through it, but I do like the way that looks for a flamer. And so we'll probably do... Maybe I won't do Runelord Brass for the rest of the flamer. I think I'll use it on the flamer in places. But maybe what we do is we just go Corvus Black for a lot of it. And then pick out the details in Runelord Brass. And then we do that that heat effect that you'd suggested for the barrels. And what we can do is we can actually have Runelord Brass in these little divots here. I think that could be really good. Yeah, so let's do that. So let's batch paint all of the divots into here. I don't need to worry too much about being precise, because I'm gonna come back through with grey sear over the top anyway, so we just want to make sure we fill this up nicely. Whoops, that's definitely way too much I just did there. Completely filled in that divot. So we'll do the other bits first, and then we'll come back through with a relatively clean brush and just see if we can suck out all of that excess. Just completely drowned that little hole there. There we are. Just got here. Which paints are you using? Right now, I'm working on doing the detailing for the flamers, and so what we're doing is we're going to go through. I'm doing all the little divots in the flamer, in the barrel of the flamer, in Runelord Brass, so Citadel colors. And then, thanks to a suggestion from Silver in chat here, for the flame, or not, sorry, not for the flame effect, for the effect of the, I'm trying to find which mini I did the demo on. Where is it? It's on one of these. Here. For the barrel itself, we're going to then do this sort of blend here. So I'm going to start with a coat of Gracia to get a nice neutral, even color on the barrel. Then we come through with contrast blue here to turn it all blue, and then we're going to glaze from the end in Xarius purple and then Corvus black, just to sort of give it that burnt heat effect. Yeah, Silver in chat suggested it, and I quite like how it looks, so we're going to go with that. But yeah, at the moment we're just batch painting all of the little divots. This unit I'm adding to my army, or is this a start to a new army? So I don't play the tabletop. I just paint for the fun of it. So thankfully, I'm pretty free just to take my time and do whatever I want. I jump all over the place. So yeah, as it stands, I don't have any completed armies or anything for the tabletop. I'm just painting for the fun of it. But yeah, I got these guys out of the Leviathan box set last year, and I hadn't touched it for a very long time. So I decided that, hey, I just want to go through and get these minis out of the way. And yeah, that's where we are at the moment here. And I'm really enjoying it. These are the first Space Marines that I've built, and they're very satisfying to paint. It's awesome, you need to paint more, but you always fall off after you assemble and prime. I feel you. I have got currently sitting on my desk right now 2 assembled and primed Necron Canoptic Wraiths and a whole lot of Tyranids just sitting there looking at me. I've got them sitting on my desk so that they can upset me every time I look at them and make me want to paint them. Hasn't really worked so far though. Those Canoptic Wraiths have been there for so long, they have started to gather dust. Yeah, I think the thing with the Canoptic Wraiths is because they came in a batch of 3, and I assembled and primed all of them together, and then I spent an unbelievable amount of time doing just one of them, and I really liked the way it came out. But the thing is, I'm so happy with the way that it came out that I know that I'll be really unhappy if I do the others to a lesser standard. And so it means that I know that if I want to paint them, it'll take forever, but I don't want to invest that much time in them again. So they're just kind of sitting there. And also because I know that one of them will be an absolute nightmare to paint because I glued everything together when I was building it. So all of the little arms and shit will get in the way of all the detail work. The struggle is real. You have a ton of unpainted Sigma models, and now Space Marine is the only thing you want to paint. Yeah, I can feel it. 100% totally innocent Imperial citizen and loyal miner. Ever thought about painting some models purple and bald? That's a very... that's an awfully specific suggestion you got there. Do you want to elaborate, Tiki? What are you suggesting? I feel like a Gene Stealer Knight would... I've said this before. I feel like a Gene Stealer Knight would actually be really cool. But I don't think I'd do that until I at least get a second knight. Oh my god, what is happening? Somehow I've now gone down the path of I'm getting more knights. I've already got one. How has this happened? Anyway, I feel like I would need, if I were to do a Gene Stealer Cult Knight, or a Gene Stealer Cult themed knight, not that I will, but if at some point in the future that were to happen, it would only be possible if I had a spare arm to attach to it, which would require that I have purchased multiple knights, and so, that being the case, this knight that I already have will not be painted as a Gene Stealer Cult themed knight. However, if that were to happen in the future, I would need to purchase additional knights. How does this happen? Rise in 10k points of guard. Man, I could not build an army of guard. That is so fucked up. So many little dudes and so many faces. Actual nightmare fuel. One of us, one of us. Not yet, not yet. Death Corpse of Krieg, 9 Ogrins, 4 Paragon Warsuits, and Rabuti Gilliman to paint on your work table. Man. Yeah, Hearing you guys list off the colossal workloads you have cut out for yourselves really makes me feel better about the amount of minis that I have. Puts it into perspective. But at the same time, I don't think I need to feel better about how many minis I have, because then you say things like, I need at least 5 knights, and I don't need at least 5 knights. I need to paint the 1 knight that I've already got. Is this all part of the plan? You list off how much grey plastic you have so that you can encourage me to buy more grey plastic? That's how this is working, isn't it? I see through your tricks. Paint faces, you mean dry brush some Bugman's glow? Look, I know what you guys are up to. And it won't work on... Okay, it'll probably work on me. I cannot escape the urge to buy more minis. Next time I go into the city to get some more, like to buy some more paint because I'm running low on things like Runelord Brass, I know for a fact that I will come home with more than just paint. Paint the minis you have? What in the many-armed emperor is this? Not you too, Mark. I don't... I thought we only had one Genestealer cultist in the chat. What is happening? It's spreading. it's Genestealer cult time. It's getting out of control. I guess that's how Genestealer cults work, though. By the time you notice they're there, they've already they've already taken over the planet. It's already too late. You actually paint the faces with eyes and all. Yeah. Scratch, you are a dedicated person. Your local game store has 15% off Games Workshop sale every once in a while. Your obligatory additions, your obligatory additions to the pile of shame. Yeah, I had that when I was when I went to the game store last week when I bought the knight. That's how I ended up coming home with a Forge Fiend as well. Was because I was going through the game store, and I saw that there was a Forge Fiend there for about $20 less than what it was being sold for at the Warhammer store, and I was like, I mean, it'd be a waste not to buy it, right? I'll paint it eventually. Do I have any other marine models? No, well, actually, wait, why did I say no? Yes, I do. I've got the whole Leviathan box set. So I've got, I think there's a chaplain in there. I think there's a librarian in there, a dreadnought, and some terminators. There may not be a chaplain. It might just be a librarian, a dreadnought, and some terminators on top of these dudes here. And I've also got a half-painted dreadnought that I inherited from a friend's older brother when he got out of the hobby. and a few other miscellaneous marines that I don't know what they are. I know there's a lot of Grey Knights in there. Yeah, I've got a lot of bits and pieces that I inherited from a friend's brother, which I might get around to at some point. With 10k guard, you have with 10k guard, you used the old Gene Stealer upgrades and it did a few, and it did on a few, and then people catch them and you're playing. Oh, right. So you're playing with you're playing guard, but then just mixed in, you've got a few of them converted into Gene Stealers. That's quite funny. The 3 arms make you a better fighter. True. Also makes it easier to hold the camera while you're painting. Imagine the beatdown he would have gave old Horus with 4 arms, 2 to hold him up and 2 to speed bag him. Jesus. That would be quite good. Just saying, if Sanguinius had 4 arms, he'd be alive today. I feel like those are some brave words to say when we haven't verified if there are any Blood Angels players in the chat or not. That could be a very unpopular statement. Just recently finished painting all of the models you currently have and you're very proud of your work. Nice work. That's actually that's an incredible feat to get to the point where you've painted all of the models in your room. I aspire to someday reach that level. But I'm pretty sure the mountain of grey plastic grows faster than it shrinks. Until those Tyranids on your desk calling them. Yeah. You mean these guys here? All of these dudes that I got over here. Yeah, I've got more, but I can't be bothered to grab every single one of them. But trust me, they're there. We are legion. There are too many. Your hands were aching. You wish you had more arms so they could take turns resting. Tiki, I don't know what you've done, but this cult is growing too fast. Is this just what persistence gets? We can fix that. Ever worked in a mine or want to be bold? I don't know if either of those are particularly sought after traits. Is being bald a must? You kind of like your hair. Being bald is the main part. Being bald comes before the extra arms. There's nothing saying you can't wear wigs though, right? Oh, whoops, got a bit on his hand there. Ah, well, I can fix that. Of course, no worries. This man is lying to you. He lied as naturally as he breathed. Gene Steal, that may sound bad. It's more Gene Protector. Yeah, I feel like every stream I am astounded by how much of a hotbed for cultists my chat has become. And somehow every stream it seems to get more and more severe. All you know is your productivity has gone up in the mines and get to cosplay as a bald Klingon for free. Win-win, really. It's all the Tyranids on my desk, man. They're out of sight. No one can see them. And it's not just gene stealer cults that are appearing in my chat either. Like, there are some people who like corn way too much that show up quite often. And we had some Slaneshi cultists here last time as well. Like, every kind of heresy under the sun seems to appear in here. Like, if the ecclesiarchy frowns on it, you know we have it. You're a Nurgle man? This is what I mean. I mean, I'm more of a Zinch kind of guy, but that's neither here nor there. Whoops, I got a bit zealous here. Got a bit of paint in some of the holes here, so I'll probably need to come back and clean them up at some point. Actually, I'll see if I can clean them up now. If I can save it before the paint dries, that'd be ideal. Nah, it doesn't look like that's happening. So which knight do I have? I think it's a Castellan. 1 second. I'll quickly have a look over at it. I have yet to get it out of the box. But 1 sec. I'm pretty sure it's a Castellan. Oh, it's a Questoris. My bad. Yeah, it's a Questoris. Haven't decided what color scheme I'm going to go with. After you're done with your Drukhari, you need to promise yourself to pick out something a bit easier to paint. So many small details. Yeah, yeah, I feel you. That's kind of why I'm taking a bit of a break from doing the Necrons that I have. I don't know if it's necessarily just because of the small details, because Necrons aren't too bad in that regard. I think it's just the way that I had decided to paint the Necrons that I have was just too much detail work to enjoy. I've sort of traumatized myself with that. Ooh, I've thinned down the Gracia a bit too much. I think maybe Gracia might be better just to use almost straight from the pot because it's already pretty watery to begin with. I think that the wet palette really makes it run a lot just when it sits on there for a bit too long. As you can see when I brush, it just kind of pulls back on itself a bit. Maybe I guess I don't need to thin it out as much on the palette before picking it up. Like, it covers really nicely, but I think I've got it a bit too thin. Yeah, this is a little better. I didn't thin it out as much, and it's much easier to work with. Necron's pretty detailed then. You're thinking either Necrons or Black Templar. Necrons, they're not super detailed. I would say that Necrons are like probably the definition of they are as hard as you make them, because there's like if you really go in on things like edge highlighting, there are a lot of edges to pick out. The main issue for me was because I was trying to paint my Necrons in a really dark color scheme. I wanted to pick out all of the edges to make them really bright. Once I finish this dude here, I'll go and grab one of the Necrons that I've done and show you what I mean. But basically, I had just committed to a really high effort color scheme for them. But you can do them quite simply as well. I'll grab a couple of examples of what I've done with them. But, because I've got a couple of pre-built ones and pre-painted ones. But I guess I've also got an unpainted Canoptic Wraith right next to me that I can show you why I'm dreading painting them some more. But yeah, they have, some of them have a lot of details, but you do have the option of just painting them more simply. Yeah, so I'll show you what we've got. Because where are we? Yeah, so for example, this is one of the Canoptic Wraiths which I am procrastinating building, or procrastinating painting, because it's got a lot of little intricate bits in there, and the main issue for me is all of these recesses here in my color scheme, I had decided to paint. So all of these little recesses were things that I had done in my color scheme. So I had made my job very, very difficult. So I'll show you the one that I've painted and why I am so scared of painting more. Oh, whoops, his arm fell off. There, one moment. Yeah, and so then this is the one that I had put too much time into. And so like, because I had done it in such a high effort color scheme where I'd painted the recesses and then edge highlighted the recesses, and done that for most of it, I just could not bring myself to do it again. Yeah, like I'd put too much effort into this and I could not bring myself to try to do this again. So right now I'm on an indefinite hiatus from painting Necrons. I had a lot of fun painting this, but it was just so much effort that I don't want to try to do it again for a while at least. The blue teal sort of color. Yeah, I had a lot of fun painting that guy. I just don't want to do it again for a while. Pretty sick, thank you. Yeah, it took many, many hours to do. And yeah, because of how happy I am with its finished result, I know that I can't paint the other two wraiths to a lesser standard, or I will just not be happy with them. Do I remember which color that is, or is it a mixture? One sec. I'll finish this flamer, and then I'll come back through and talk you through what I had done. Because I do remember what I'd done for all the colors on it. so, which color were you curious about? Was it the carapace you're looking at, or the highlights? Because the highlights were Xerius purple mixed with, I think I just mixed the Xerius purple, this one here, with, I think it was just Corax white, just to lighten it up to a more of a bright pink. Meanwhile, the carapace itself, the shiny-ish blue part. So, are we talking about the plating? Because the plating I had done in, what I'd done was I'd gotten some lead belcher and some Corvus black, because it's a nice, it's a black with a little bit of blue to it. And I'd then put really small amounts of Xerius purple in there as well. But it was mainly a mix of lead belcher and Corvus black with a little bit of Xerius purple just to give it a bit more blue. And that's how I got the armor plating. Because the lead belcher gave it a nice little bit of sheen to it, and then I was able to get the coloration of the Corvus black and Xerius purple. Yeah. Since it was a lot of effort to go through to paint one guy, I'm scared of doing it again. But yeah, I feel like one of the things I have the most fun with, honestly, is just painting skulls. Like, they're just so fun. I don't know why, but I feel like skulls just add so much to a base, and they're really easy to get a really fun result with. Also, grass tufts go so far. Just instantly elevate a base. Not sure why your eyes seem to think it's blue, but it looks good. No, I can see it does have a bit of blue to it. Because it, like, you have the like Corvus black definitely is a very it's a blue black, and then the Xerius purple does swing it that way as well. So I can see why you're reading it like that. Now you're playing out a Gene Stealer Cult Knight. That is good. Nice. You're not immune to your own propaganda. I mean, it's the most effective when you believe it yourself. Okay, last one, and then we can get on to the blue contrast. You play with this guy that runs Skaven in 40k as Ultramarines, and he kit bashed a Skaven Knight. It even has a mechanical tail with a heavy bolter on it. What? That is so cool. Okay, maybe I need to buy some Skaven and kit bash them into 40k. That's really cool. Like, he just runs them using Ultramarine rules, but flavors it all as Skaven. That's really sick. Love me some rat boys. And I mean, if any race from Warhammer Fantasy would make it to 40k, it's the Skaven. Like, they'd get there first. Okay, now let's just see if we can do this without getting the contrast paint into the recesses. Oh, it's absolutely going to flood these recesses. I'll probably just have to come back at the end to get the brass back. Although I actually quite like that using contrast for this, because it naturally pulls away from the edges because of surface tension, so we get some highlights without having to do a whole lot. Yeah, I'm not going to worry too much about trying to avoid the recesses because they are going to get flooded. I just want to make sure they don't fully fill up. Rat ogres kit bashed into grotesques for Drukhari. That would be so good. Man, why are contrast paints so good? Like, you just lay down a grey base coat and then just contrast over the top. Yeah, we'll definitely need to come back through with our what's it called? Runelord Brass at the end, just to redo these recesses. The main thing that I just want to do with the contrast is just stop it from pooling and causing really gross lumps. Contrast paints over a zenithal prime is your go-to. Yeah, saves so much time. Similar, but that's how I did a lot of Termagaunts, was I, not with a zenithal, but I slap chopped them, so just dry brushing, starting with Grey Seer, and then just adding progressively more dry brushes of, I blend it towards Corax White, and then just contrasts over the top of that. Just so easy. But yeah, I just like that because the contrasts are so liquid, the surface tension causes them to pull away from edges, and so you get natural highlights without having to do much. Hey Reese, how you going today? Good. That's good. Alright, you're off. Take it easy. Can't wait to see how the flamers turn out. See you later, Tiki. Thanks for dropping by, like always. Good luck with your remaining riflemen. Once I finish with the burnt effects, take some white paint on the take some white and paint the inside tip, then paint the white with orange, and then yellow, then just some yellow mixed with the white into the barrel opening. Righto, yeah, I can see that. Managed to get that iron farm done last night, but it's extremely inefficient. But forget about that shit. It's painting time. It is painting time. I'm hopefully going to get these dudes done today. But we all know that every time I set myself a goal or a time frame, I never meet it. But 2 hours in, I think we've made decent progress in 2 hours. But yeah, I think the main thing that really just pads this out is the fact that there's 10 of these dudes. But it is what it is. And if I'm going to paint them, I want to paint them at least somewhat nicely.
I'm just realizing as I'm putting this blue down, have I been tricked into painting non-metallic metal? 'Cause I feel like the blue gradient will give a really good metallic sheen to it. Okay, that's all the... Oh no, there's one more that I need to do the blue on. And then we can come back through and start blending the purple glaze. Okay. Now, I will be right back while I let that dry, because my 2 cups of coffee have caught up with me. So, I will be just a minute. Alright, cool. I'm back. Alright, so time for the purple now. So since I'm doing a glaze, I'll just zoom it out so you can see how thin we're going to go. Let's really thin it out here. We're just going to keep adding water here. Get it very, very thin. And just drag it over. And yeah, we'll not worry too much about the recesses. Maybe I have gone a little too thin. Because while I do want to glaze it, I still want it to have a bit of body. Got a bit more on the brush now. There we go, that's about what we want. And concentrate it more down near the end. I reckon what I'll do is I'll blot it out relatively firmly to about the 2/3 mark, and then we'll glaze from there. Do I enjoy assembling or painting models more? I like both of them. I think they're both fun for different reasons. I'd say painting is probably more fun, but assembling is a really good change of pace. The only issue is I do often cut myself open when I am assembling. I am not the most dexterous. So bodily harm is unfortunately a relatively common occurrence for me. just glaze along here. There we are. I reckon, yeah, the glaze just to reach the end there is quite nice. Oh geez, stay safe. Thank you! Someone who is concerned for my safety. Look, every time my hobby knife appears on screen, oh sorry, it's not called a hobby knife anymore, it's called a relic blade. Every time that thing appears on screen, I get multiple people in chat chanting blood for the blood god. Thank you. Finally somebody who doesn't want me to hurt myself. Yeah, I'll say it again. Thanks for the pointer on this one, Silver. This is a very cool way to do this. And I will keep this in mind for future things. I think this will turn out very, very nicely. How many more to go? Well, I haven't finished painting any of them. So, because I'm batch painting. So everything, like, they'll all finish around the same time. But for this step here, I've got 2 more to do the purple gradient on. And then we'll come back through and do the black gradient on just the tip of the gun, just to get the burnt effect going. And then we'll be able to do some different sections. But yeah, it's a slow process, but we are getting there. I accidentally picked up a bit of white on the brush there. Not what we want. Just glaze the back edges and then probably come back through with a little bit of a darker coat for the front tip. Just help build that gradient a bit. And now we'll clean off our brush and just quickly come back through with a completely dry brush and just if we can pop any bubbles before they set. That one's pretty clear. One's pretty clear. Actually, we should just go back from the ones where it's still wet. This one's got a few. Pop that. But honestly, I reckon it should be pretty good. So, next step, we do the same shit again, but to a lesser degree and with Corvus Black instead of Xerius Purple. So let's get a lot of moisture on the top of our wet palette there. So we can thin it out, and that should be good. A little bit more water, let's go. You really just want to glaze it towards the end. Probably just paint the end first. So we have a super dark point to work towards. And then really, really thin it down. Because it's a very dark color, so even a thin coat should cover quite a lot. We just pull a very thin layer of it over. Towards the end. I think that'll look quite good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Just need to keep thinning the paint. So just wet the brush, nothing on it, and just drag from back to front. Compare that side to that side. I think it's going to be quite good. The subtle effect, but I think it's quite worth it. Trying to see how much of a difference there is, how much I can afford to go harder. I think we can go a little bit harder with the black, because otherwise the effect will be minuscule. I'll just dab it on near the end. Just build its way out. Maybe I need a second brush just to help me blend this through. Come on, where's a good brush for this? This one should be fine. Just something nice and little. Yeah, that's gonna be good. So what I'll do is, first brush, we'll apply the color. Sort of dab it on. And then we use our second brush just to spread it into the areas where we want it to be. Do I read lore? I have watched many lore videos, and I have just recently obtained the, I've just recently bought the Ahriman Omnibus, and so I've been reading that book, and I'm enjoying it quite a lot. This is the first 40k book that I've actually read, and it's really cool. Just finished your first 40k book. It was Horus Rising. Righto. Because is that the first book of the Heresy? I've heard some very good things about it. It's the first book of the Heresy, right? Yeah, I've heard that the first 3 books are in chronological order, and from there, that's where it goes into the the insane branching paths, where it is pretty much impossible to read in proper chronology from there. It was pretty good. You listen to it on Audible and plan on doing the first 3, then I'm done. Then you're done. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I think the Heresy would be a really cool series to read. There's just so many books. But yeah, I reckon, yeah, at least the first 3 just to get the gist of it, and then just hone in on the bits that I'm actually interested in. But at the moment, I'm just, like I said, my first books are the Thousand Suns. Well, not the Thousand Suns, because there are other Thousand Suns books, but specifically the Ahriman trilogy. Because I really like the Thousand Suns, and Ahriman is quite cool. And yeah, I haven't even finished the first book of the trilogy yet, but it is so cool. And that's probably what I'm going to do. I'm just gonna bounce around and read the books pertaining to the factions that I like, and not really worry too much about chronology or the wider story. Watching me paint makes you want to paint your Infernus Marines. It does that. It really does that, doesn't it? Just like I feel like watching other people paint is just like the biggest motivation to make me want to paint as well. What paint is that gold? You love it? Which gold? Are we talking about the stuff that we've got up here and then in the little recesses there? Because for that, I used, it's Runelord Brass. Which is a, I really like it because it's like, it's a nice I want to say subdued gold. So it doesn't just pop out, because I found that Retributor Gold has so much white pigment in it that I feel like it just is too harsh for a lot of things. Yeah, so I really like it. I really like this just as a really subtle gold for a lot of things. But otherwise, another gold that I really, really like using, as opposed to Retributor Gold, is Ashet Copper, which I'll show you. I've got it on one of the minis here. But just for in place of Retributor Gold as a really strong bright gold. I really like the way Ashet Copper comes out. And so that is on this guy here. I've done the Aquila and his trims in Ashet Copper, and then you've got the Rune Lord Brass on the power pack there. But yeah, just like as a bright gold, I really like Ashet Copper. Oh man, I've lost track of which ones I've done the burnt effects on. I think this was the last one I did. Decided to paint the Raptors chapter. Cool lore in a traditional military style color scheme. What are the Raptors from? Are they Raptors as in, are these? What are they? They're not the Raven Guard Raptors, are they? Different from the Raven Guard Raptor Marines? Okay, so they are the Raven Guards. Okay. Because I know that during the Heresy there were Raven Guard Raptors, but I assume the Raptors chapter is different from them. Because during the Heresy, the Raven Guard Raptors were originally essentially Primaris Marines, and then the Alpha Legion got up to some funny business, and then they ended up mutating. And so half of the Raptors were like these weird bird people. Olive green color scheme. Oh, righto. Oh, my wrists are getting pretty sore from just constantly manipulating these tiny little bases. I think I probably should have magnetized them when I built them originally so that I could hold them on a jar lid, so that I'm not like clawing my hand as much. But hindsight's 2020. Question, how do I do a base for your minis? There are so many ways you can go about it. So it all just comes down to what you want to do. There's no one answer, unfortunately. What kind of base do you want to make? Because I'm lazy, so I buy basing materials, but you can just go into your yard and find like little twigs and bits of gravel and stuff and do it that way. And depending on what base you're trying to make, you can just glue these little materials down onto the base and then paint it up like that. But yeah, it really comes down to what you're going for. But yeah, I'd say if you're wanting to get the best looking mini possible, then you definitely can't afford to skimp on the base, because the better your base looks, the better the mini looks. And you can have a really good looking mini, but if it's if it's on like a really bland or boring base or a really mediocre base, then overall the mini will look kind of mediocre. But like a base can elevate it so much. So yeah, it really comes down to what you're going for. For example, I've got a based mini right here, so I can actually show you what I did for it, and I can talk you through how I went about it. So I was showing this mini before, and so the base that I did for it was essentially flat base, and I had a bunch of basing materials that I had bought. So I'll show you the materials that I had bought, but again, you don't need to buy materials. But this is the stuff that I had used. And so basically, for the large chunk, I just used these large chunks of rubble that I had bought at the hobby shop, and I got all of these in a pack together. I think there's a fourth one as well, but essentially we've got large rubble, finer rubble, and then finer rubble again. And so I had just put some glue on the base, stuck down the rubber. First of all, actually, what I'd done is I had found where the mini would be in contact with the base, and then I had drawn on the base so that I knew where I would need to keep clear for the mini to sit down. So I marked on the base where the mini would be standing, and then I built around that. So I got a large bit of rubble, and then around that I put some of the medium rubble, and then around that again I put some of the small rubble, and then I did some small rubble around the front there as well for some visual interest. And then I dry brushed all of that and I just built up layers with the dry brushing, and then did some edge highlights, and then I came through and I super glued down a little stack of skulls here, which I then painted up in bone white, and then put some earth shade on there just to give it a bit of depth. And then I just stuck down one of these grass tufts on the front there, and then just gently applied a little bit of the paint that I'd used to apply, or a little bit of the paint that I'd used for the color of the base, just to blend it in. But yeah, adding things to your base that give elements of elevation is a game changer. Yeah, I absolutely 100%. By giving depth and scale, it goes so far. Like, one reason I really like skulls, for example, is it's not so much about elevation, but it gives scale. Because without the skulls, this is a pretty cool mini, but the second you put the skulls in there, it makes you realize just how big this thing actually is compared to a human. So you get that sense of scale. So that's why I really like putting skulls on my bases. But yeah, as Sofa King has said, just by giving a sense of elevation, by building up the height of your base in parts, it really helps to sell the mini rather than just having it sit on a flat plate. But yeah, there are so many different things you can do to build bases. Really the sky is the limit. You can, like, it'd be quicker for me to tell you, like, it'd be quicker to list things not that you shouldn't do when making a base than like actually tell you what to do, how to make a base. But yeah, like, honestly, as long as it remains within the confines of your base, you can do pretty much anything you want. Another big thing I would actually add as well, to really help sell it, is when you make the base, you want to try to blend the mini in with the environment. So if we come back to this one here, it's a red desert base. And so after I had done everything and glued the mini down onto it, I then just came back through with a very faint dry brush of a really faint dry brush of the base color, just to blend it in. What if your mini is already glued down because you have death marks already glued on their bases? So you can still go for it. I believe I had done one of my Tau broadside battlesuit was already glued down when I was doing the base. It's a bit harder, but you can still add things in. So for example, I still could have done this base with the mini glued down to begin with, because what you do is, in this case, the tail lifts up here, so I could have put some glue on the base and slid this bit of rubble underneath. So you can just build around the mini. You don't necessarily need to have the mini sitting on top of the base. If you can build the base up around the mini, and that really helps. So you just need to look at the space you have available and just make the best use of it. Because again, there is nothing about this base that I couldn't have done with the mini glued down. Because the mini, I put this guy down last, but I could have put him down first and done everything around him. The only thing that changes is it becomes a little bit more painful to paint the base. Hey, Francois. How are you going today? Stretch. Oh. Been leaning forward too long. Okay. So that's the barrels all pretty much done now. Quite like the effect that they've come out with, so that's looking quite good. Now I'll just come back through and do the we'll come back through and redo the little divots in the barrels. I don't know if we want to do it in Runelord Brass again, or if we want to do it in something more like an orange or a red. And then for the rest of the flamers, we need a color for all the other bits. I think I'll definitely use Runelord Brass for parts of it. I just don't know which parts. Like the tank, I will definitely do Runelord Brass. I just don't know what the main color of it will be. Perhaps I just go over it in Corvus Black and then come back from there. Yeah, maybe I just do Corvus Black and then we can come back through and highlight things. It doesn't need to be anything crazy, and I think having a dark section to work off will be good. It means we can get some nice highlights here and there. and it'll help the details stand off nice and bright when I come through and do them in some brighter metallics. This is why it's probably advisable to go in with a plan of what you're going to do. It makes your life a little bit easier, but I like the process of just fumbling around, seeing what works. Gotta be careful not to dirty the purity seal if we can avoid it. Orange with a yellow dot. For which party are you talking about there? Following the spirit of experimentation. Indeed. It's fun just to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. Yeah, so we'll just coat most of the gun in the Corvus Black, and then we'll come back through and detail it with probably Lead Belcher and Rinlord Brass, and then we can highlight it at the end. Oh, whoops, didn't realize I was completely blocking that out of view with my fingers there. And I imagine this probably isn't the most interesting bit to watch because I'm just painting it black and it's hard to see, but it's very important that I get this black coat nice and even. And yeah, I really like Corvus Black as opposed to Abaddon Black, just because it's just got a it's just slightly blue, so it's just really nice. Oh, the little holes on the barrel. Oh, you want me to have two colors on the little holes in the barrel? Okay, okay, orange with the yellow dot in the middle. Maybe, yeah, we'll see how we go. I don't know how high effort I want these to be, but we'll see. I probably will go at least orange in there, and if I'm feeling confident, then we can try get the little yellow dots as well. Okay. The wings are for aesthetic purposes. What wings are we talking about here? The shoulders? Oh, right. Do you mean on like the this here? 'Cause, yeah, they are. I'm happy with how they've turned out. They can't fly away. They have a fucking jetpack. Yeah. Oh, this one's not an assault marine, so that's not a jetpack he's got here. That's just a that's just a that's just the vents of his power pack. But yeah, for like the Blood Angel, I don't know what the unit's called, but the Blood Angels that have the wings, but they it's not the wings that are making them fly. It's the jetpacks that they have. Fashion. I mean, you can't destroy the Emperor's enemies if you don't look good. It's all part of the job description. Necrons are better than Space Marines. You're sorry? Don't be sorry. Necrons are one of the first ones that I started painting. I started on Tau and Necrons. I'm there with you. Necrons are so cool. Brother, you are amongst friends here. I am with you. Like, I'm not a big fan of Space Marines, but like Dark Angels are where it's at least for Space Marines. But yeah, I'm 100% with you that if we're looking at as a whole, Necrons are definitely cooler than Space Marines in my eyes. Death Corpse of Krieg is to shoot, fight, and then die. Hero's death for the Emperor. But most of the time it's just get shot, then stabbed to just die. Average Imperial Guard experience. Oh, man, I need to stretch every now and then because I've got to keep my room quite cold to stop the camera from overheating. But it means that my hands get quite stiff quite quickly, especially from all like the small, like the claw and the small rotating actions. Yeah. Your Necron color scheme is kind of like the Silent King color scheme. What is the Silent King's scheme? Is he bronze and green? Is that what he is? That's quite a neat scheme. You're probably gonna go hiking today. Oof. I mean, it gets you out of the house. But yeah, Silent King. He's bronze and green, isn't he? 'cause it's a good one. I've got a single immortal painted in that scheme, because I was sort of fiddling around with the different ones. And I quite like how that one turned out. Yeah, houses are lame. Oh, okay, yeah, watch your tongue, mate. I spend every hour of my day in my house. You looked it up. A white, blue, green, and a bronze you have. No, you yearn for the battlefields. Okay, fair enough. There's a video on your channel on what it looks like. I might check that one out later. See if I can just get through these dudes first, though. Get yourself a wooden dough round enough to blue tack the bases onto. Cut around 10 3-inch pieces, and you have painting handles. Use my empty med bottles. Right. Yeah. No, I've got because I've got a painting handle. Well, an improvised painting handle already, which is just a relatively large jar lid that works pretty well. I just was stupid and didn't magnetize these minis beforehand. Because the way that I have done it in the past is actually I'll finish this and I'll show you how I had done it before, and that worked fine for me. Helped avoid sore wrist and that sort of thing. Just finish this gun here. But yeah, my improvised painting handle basically just olive jar that I don't necessarily use the whole jar, but then I just magnets on the bottom, stick the dude on the top, and then I can spin it around, or I can just take the lid off the jar and then just spin it like that, and that helped me avoid getting a sore wrist while painting for a lot of things. But yeah, I just forgot to magnetize the bottom of these dudes. Who else is excited for Space Marine 2? You pre-ordered the Ultra Edition. I am very keen for Space Marine 2. That is going to be so good. I'm not pre-ordering yet. I don't know if I will pre-order or not, but oh, it is going to be awesome. Very cool. And 3-player co-op as well, so you can play with the boys. I'm going to use the 3-player co-op as another attempt to lure some of my friends into the tabletop side of Warhammer. Get them to start painting minis. Imagine painting, what a nerd. Welcome back. How are we? Yeah, I'm going alright. How are you? We've made some decent progress today. Once again, I think I may have set myself an unrealistic goal for the stream. But we'll see how far we can get. You're awake. How long awake? Like, 5 minutes awake? Do you realize it's 4 p.m.? Awake for like an hour. Out of bed is a different story. Okay. It's 11 p.m. where you're at. No, yeah, I know for a fact that it is 4 p.m. where Draco Noctis is, and so, you've woke up at 3 and you've been lying there for an hour. Beast. I mean, that's what the weekend's for, right? It's 1 for you, Chaos. 1 a.m., which would mean you're in North America somewhere, I would assume. But bed comfy. I mean, you're not wrong. Bed comfy. But surely you're hungry, right? Like, get something to eat. Except if you eat now, you won't eat dinner in 3 hours. Eat now! You can't just survive off 1 meal a day. That's not how that works, mate. Just delay your dinner by a little bit. They had a phone call. Welcome back, Francois. one meal a day plus snackos. Come on, Francois, you're meant to help me encourage him to get out of bed and have food before dinner. We can't encourage this behavior. This is a grown man. He needs to eat more than 1 meal a day. Need to sleep, so you're gonna say goodnight. Looking forward to seeing these done. Righto, cool. Get some rest, Silver. Thanks for dropping by, like always. A pleasure to have you here, and again, thanks for the pointers on the barrel or the flamer. I really like the way it's come out. But yeah, get yourself some rest. Thanks for dropping in. All hail Slanesh. See, I've been saying it. We've got cultists of every description in this fucking chat. Like, the Gene Stealers have left, and now the Slaneshi cultists have arrived. You're secretly Nurgle, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess we were a little underrepresented in the Nurgle department, so I guess you're doing. I don't know if this is good or bad that we've got more Nurgleites here as well. Romulus was pretty awesome. Nice. Bellacor's ascension. Look, okay. Points for Be'lakor representation, but why am I the only Tzeentch guy? Like, why are we getting more more Be'lakor advocates than Tzeentch advocates? What is with this? Where is the love for my funny Birdman? Tzeentch is cool, not gonna lie. Thank you, Chaos. Thank you. I'm glad you understand. You're my fellow Necron guy. Bird up is your second choice. Okay, thank you. You were talking about a list with 120 Zangors. What? That is a lot of Zangors. How many points is that? Just looked up Tzeentch and yeah. No, yeah, Tzeentch is so cool. He goes so hard. His blue demon things look kind of like Nurglings. Are we talking about like the blue horrors? Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of them. Like the blue and pink horrors, I'm not a huge fan of their tabletop minis. They're a bit too skinny and like weird for my liking. Because like for me, my first exposure to his horrors was in Dawn of War 1, and the way they look in that is really cool. Like, they're like big bastards. They're almost like Chaos Spawn, but not really. And they looked really cool in that. I'm just sad that that's not how they look in the tabletop. But the like the Lords of Change look so cool. And also the Screamers as well are quite cool. maybe 2 days ago, 120 Zangors, 18 Zangor Bowmen on discs, 3 Zangor Shaman, a Demon Prince is like 1750 or 1500 points. That's surprisingly few points for how many minis that is. Just sent me an image on Discord with a little guy with a shiv up in the corner. Hang on, I've got to see what we've got here. Is this a tooltip from Total War Warhammer? Yeah, even the horror, like the Zinch horrors in that image that you've sent me there, they still look cooler than the tabletop models are, because the tabletop models are not flattering. You think that's a Slaneshi horror? Oh, okay. No, or you're just guessing because it's pink? No, so pink horrors are generally a Zinch thing. So Zinch has pink horrors and blue horrors. I don't think Slanesh has any horrors. Sounds like a super fun list to fight and play with, in your opinion. No, I think that'd be hilarious, just having an absolute shitload of Zangors. I looked up the horror models. Yeah, they're not good. I don't like them. I really hope they get revamped. Look like Slimer from Ghostbusters. No, I didn't need that mental image. I can't unsee that now. Slanesh has Demonettes, Steeds for Demonettes, and Fiends of Slanesh, yeah. I did not need that association for the horrors of Zinch. There's nothing horrifying about them. Okay. So now we can start doing some more of the metallic details. Oh, just need to stretch again. And we'll just do the Runelord brass because that's what we've still got that on the wet palette. But we'll probably do a mix of Runelord brass and lead belcher details. You got a Steam Deck like a fool? What's wrong with the Steam Decks? I haven't gotten one. Honestly, if you're going to start a second army, you do Plague Marines. Yeah, Death Guard is so cool. But I need to... Okay, every single stream, someone suggests an army which I have a passing interest in, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I could build them. And it's like, no, I don't need more minis. You love it. I love it when this guy streams. Thank you, Jabbering Jehoshaphat. More minis for the shelves. I don't have enough shelves for the minis. I need more shelves for the minis, not more minis for the shelves. I only have one night. One night does not... One night does not a night house make. Okay. Look, I don't even have a knight yet. I've got a box with parts of a knight in it. I need to build it before I can call it a knight. Just need to get better at stacking them, obviously. Make your wallet suffer like a true Warhammer fan. Look, it's already suffering. Like, I don't think I've built even half of the minis I own yet. Like, that's a problem. That's a genuine issue. You gotta hit the sack. See you next time. Righto. Thanks for dropping by, Sofa King. Good to have you here. You can have a buddy in the box with him. You just need to go liberate another Games Workshop before it inflates. Look. You don't need to talk me into these things. It'll probably happen anyway. You guys, if you haven't chucked a like to get the algorithm drawing more nerds like us. Thank you for shilling me. Appreciate it. Appreciate the hard work. Expect your payment in the mail by the end of the week. Wait, actually, no, I can't do that. This is the end of the week. Shit. By next week. You can peer pressure this idiot into getting some corn minis. What? Whoa, whoa, hold your fire. Jesus. You want the Canoptic spider model? It looks so cool. It looks really cool, yeah. Also, the Canoptic Doomstalker. Holy shit, that thing is awesome. I'm so sad that when I bought my Necron Combat Patrol, it was before the Doomstalker became part of the Combat Patrol. Sooner is better than after inflation. Look, these are very compelling arguments. Gotta complete the collection. Hey, I've already said this. Look, it's out there. Get me to 10k subs by some freak miracle. I will buy I'll buy a Titan. It's only like $3,000 for the whole thing. That's chump change, right? You asked your mum for the Necron Combat Patrol for Christmas? Yeah, it'd be so cool. Little bit of corn, touch of Nurgle, and a splash of Slanesh, and a big old Zinch statue. Look, if I... Oh, that's one thing that's I'm really sad about is the Warhammer Australia website doesn't have a model for Kairos Fateweaver. It's got like it just redirects to regular Lord of Change, which is really sad because Kairos is so cool. And it's like, Lords of Change are really neat, but like, why just get a regular old Lord of Change when you can get like the cool named one that has multiple heads and is like dripping out of his mind? Well, if you shop around, you could get one for $500 to $700. For a Titan, I guess I'm lazy as hell though, so I'd probably just buy it direct. Give Games Workshop all of my life savings. Did Lord of Change, as in you've done a Lord of Change, or eBay has a lot of great Warhammer stuff? Yeah, I guess so. I guess that'd be worth checking out. What would win, 50 Necrons or 5 Terminators? I mean, it depends on what Necrons they are. Because if they're just like regular Necron warriors, the Terminators would probably win. I would think. And if the Necron, or if the Terminator's armor happened to be blue, then I think they would beat 50 of any Necron. Just because I think the blue armor would just make them that little bit stronger, you know? Just a bit, just strong enough to overcome impossible odds. Immortals. I think the Immortals are winning that one. I don't think the Terminators have a chance against 50 Immortals. You just found a joint up in Brisbane that has 1 Kairos left for 190. Where? Where is this? The only 2 hobby shops in Brisbane I know of are Vault Games and the Warhammer place. I did not think there was a Kairos in Australia. Just send it through to me. It is Vault Games? Vault Games has him? Wait, no, hang on, but the box you just sent me, that's a, Disciples of the Lord of Change / Kairos Fate Weaver. Oh, it's an alternative build. Okay. I didn't realize that that Kairos is just an alternative build of a regular Lord of Change now. I assumed that because I know that in the at least on the British website for like the British Warhammer 40k mirror, Kairos is a standalone box. Next time I'm in Vault Games, I'll have a look and see if all the boxes are marked as an alternate build kind of thing. Wait, but hang on. Okay, I don't need... We ended up here again. How do we always end up back here? I don't need more minis at the moment. I don't need it. I don't need it. Need deep breaths. I need to focus my mind. The temptations are just too strong. Isn't that a Forge World model? Is it? I'm not sure. I haven't had a proper look. You could just buy one mini. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. It's just one mini. I don't need this. I don't need this. Come on, it'll be your magnum opus. It will be. It will be. But no, it won't. It could be. It would be. But I am... I will resist the temptation. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it! Give in. Chill, guys, chill. I don't have the disposable income for this. Nightmare. What has my chat devolved into? I mean, like... I said I don't have the disposable income for this. That just means that I can stop spending money in other places, right? If I don't have the disposable income, why did I pick up the hobby to begin with? I wasn't spending money on like games and stuff at the time. I had the disposable income back then. Well, actually, back then I was on I was on university exchange scholarships, so the Australian and Japanese governments were paying for my Warhammer. That is not the case anymore. Now I am definitely the one paying for my Warhammer. Well, there's the solution. Wait, where's the solution? Get more scholarships or stop buying food? Just ask Elon for some money. I don't think he's that generous. You don't need anything except perhaps some morning oats. Just spend it all. This is not sound life advice I'm getting from you guys. Like, I don't think that this would pass, like, any standard of living check. Or min-max charity. What do you mean by min-max charity? Am I like getting people to donate minis to me? Or Mr. Beast? I don't think I want to be doing any Mr. Beast challenges for money after what's recently come out about that guy with the spent a room or spent some time in solitary confinement. I don't think it's worth it there. Unless I'm allowed to spend time in solitary confinement painting said minis, I don't think it's worth it. And we circle back to 1 meal a day and snackos. This is the true reason for 1 meal a day and snackos is not because you're sleeping in, it's because you can't afford a second meal a day. Give as much as possible to charity. Oh, so it's tax deductible. I see. But I think, is there any world in which you come out ahead from doing that? Like, would it not just offset whatever tax bracket you're currently in? Money is temporary, Warhammer is eternal. Yeah, and if anything, Warhammer is gonna be, it's an appreciating asset. It gets more expensive as time goes on, you know? Just, it's an investment. Assets. Finance. All that cool stuff. Or even further, just eat grass. Jesus. Just stop paying rent. Just live on the streets. Just paint out of a back alley. Like, what is this advice? You can afford a second meal, but painting doesn't burn many calories. Food goes farther. You don't need a second meal. Why do you sound like Joe from Family Guy? This is an impersonation which I have honed. This is one, I am proud of that one. I've worked hard on it, that's why. So anyway, Kairos on next paycheck. Yes, yes, yes. Maybe I did work a public holiday this week, so you know, I got a bit more, might have had a bit of a windfall. We switch archetypes depending on the situation. We do. Little known fact that my dad actually voiced Joe from Family Guy. True! My dad is Patrick Warburton. Saying a Joe voice, Peter the horse is here. Isn't that what I might have huffed a little warpstone. Look, you look, I can't do the voice willy-nilly. That takes away the the novelty of it. It arises phenomenally. Yeah, it comes out when it comes out. The voice manifests when the time is right. Sad. You just gotta hang around a bit longer then. Maybe you'll catch it next time. This is how we farm viewer engagement. Stick around till the end. You can do Digital Underground and Skeletor. Skeletor is a fire impersonation to be able to do. Which one? Because you think there are two different voices. Are there? I only know one of them, so I don't. They're just the one. I can't even think of any lines that he would say, but the one where it's like, "Fuck you, He-Man," like that one. I don't know what he actually says though. Is that actually a line? The pizza, He-Man, eat it. And remember wise words from Skeletor. What have we got? Just like a woman is your favorite Skeletor quote. Awesome. Divine Source Joel quote from when he did a Tekken vid. I see. You're not here because you stayed up late, but because you woke up at a reasonable time. Nice work, Sanji. You're up at 7, not in bed at 7:30. That is good. Well done, brother. Oh, okay. You're waking up at a reasonable time because I assume you're still in Spain at the moment. You're not back at home. You can't afford to to stay up late at the moment. Or are you just back home now but your sleep cycle's fixed? You are indeed still in Spain for 2 more weeks. Oh wow, okay, you're down there for a while. Did I paint over some transfers? Yeah, I did. I sponged a bit of this one's not the best, but I sponged some of the green over the top to make it look chipped away. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it looks, and I think it'll look a lot better as well when I come back through and do all the weathering. Whether I'm 1 sub from 300. I am? Okay, wow, I didn't even notice that. That came out of nowhere. Because I think when I got back into streaming, I was like around 270 or something. That's crazy, okay. I didn't expect to get that many subs just from streaming without uploading anything. Awesome. $2.99, brother. Awesome. Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks, guys. Come on, Sanju. We just got past this. We just got past the telling me to get more knights and shit. Can we go 10 minutes, please? Okay. Look, I'm not getting any more knights for the time being. I've got one. He hasn't been built yet, but he's there. I might go into the city tomorrow to see if I can maybe find that Kairos Fate Weaver mini. Who knows? Maybe we'll, maybe I might come home with something. But, look, I'm gaining minis faster than I am painting them. But the Deathwing Knight models look so clean. Paint the Leviathan Terminators at the same time. I didn't even know, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I didn't even know there were Deathwing Knights. So I might check that out. It is inevitable. It is inevitable. I need to restock on Runelord Brass because I'm really low. So I do kind of need to go into the city tomorrow anyway to get more. Two-headed bird. Yes! Finally! Someone who appreciates Zinch! Yeah, Kairos is so cool. But you said you wouldn't buy... I don't need more minis. Look, guys, I'm gonna go into the city tomorrow. Gonna get some more paints. I'm gonna go into the Warhammer shop. I'm gonna find me some paint pots. I'm gonna buy them. And I'm just gonna walk straight out. I'm gonna waddle on home. No minis. Just some paint. Just maybe some, no, just some paint. Maybe some basic materials. That'd be cool. That'd be pretty sweet. And we're just gonna go home. Not gonna look at the minis. We're just gonna go home. It'll be fine. Just paint and basing materials and maybe Kairos Fate Weaver. But no, we're not gonna look at any other minis. It's just gonna be that. Just in and out. Like nothing ever happened. That's all. We're just gonna take it easy, you know? We don't need that many more minis. That doesn't sound quite convincing. Only 2 reasons to work. 1 to gamble and 2 to buy every mini. Let's go gambling! Imagine if there was a way to gamble for minis. That'd be doomsday. Like, Games Workshop would just make... Like, they would have all of the money in the world. easily just like, they'd overtake Amazon just instantly. You like the blue horror on a disc? He has a huge disc covered in scrolls and books. I'll check him out. No, stop. Now you're speaking my language now. Why did I tell you guys that I'm into Zinch? You're speaking my language. Fuck. That's cool. Thank you, Francois. I don't think I need to check it out because I don't want to run the risk of buying another mini. But I appreciate the information. Buys out of the entire shop after saying he wouldn't get any. Look, I'm not gonna make any promises. The blue horrors on discs are cool, such cuties, especially their lore. I honestly, I have no idea. Like, I don't know anything about the lore of any Zinchian demons aside from Kairos, because that's funny as hell. But yeah, I wonder if there'll be any, if I'll find out any of that through the Ahriman book. Probably not, because it focuses mainly on, I assume it mainly focuses on Ahriman, and he doesn't really like having much to do with Tzeentch in general. It's just kind of like he's being pestered by this bird god guy. But yeah, I'd be keen to find... Are there any book recommendations for stuff to do with Tzeentch? For anyone who has read the books, that is. Tzeentch strong, gods angry, team up against him, force him to break staff containing all known spells. Tzeentch sends 2 blue horrors throughout the galaxy to find all the spells. I see. And also something silly like only one can read and the other can write to make sure they don't get too smart. I see, that's quite funny. I like how Tzeentch just actively fucks with all of the people who worship him, or all of the people involved with him. It's like, he could win the great game, but then he wouldn't be able to play the great game anymore. Your friend that got you into Warhammer the first day, you knew each other. You stayed up like hours for like hours while telling each other, for like 12 hours while telling each other about the lore. Yeah, that was I feel like you just reminded me of so I mentioned I got into Warhammer while I was on a university exchange in Japan, and so the group of friends that I fell into while I was over there were all pretty normal. And then one day, like one evening, like halfway through the exchange, there was a party in the dorm kitchen, and I was talking to like people from the other floors and stuff, and I happened upon another guy who was into Warhammer. I heard him mentioning it, like the table behind me, and I like spun around, locked eyes with him. I was quite tipsy at this point, I just completely disconnected from the group of friends I was there with that night, and then just sat down with this guy. We just spoke about Warhammer lore for the rest of the night, and it was like the friends that I was there with that night, they were just like, "What the fuck, Jack?" It's quite funny. Just finished converting your 3 Blade Guard veteran shields into Dark Angel shields. Taste your wrath. Taste my wrath, He-Man. Nice. Ahriman, my most loyal follower, performed this spell that cleanses your Legion of Change. It proceeds to turn 99% to sand. And it was at that point that Ahriman never wanted anything to do with Tzeentch ever again. But nonetheless, he remains Tzeentch's #1 favorite guy. Who's better, Skeletor or Sand? Skeletor. Like, come on. It's Skeletor. You can't beat him. He's the king skeleton. I think Sand's Undertale has got something on Skeletor. Skeletor is the OG. You heard a lore excerpt recently of your brain trolling Ahriman so hard it re-triggered his PTSD. Yeah? Was this the, I saw a, there was a lore thing that I'd seen recently, which is like, someone had, like, cured some rubric marines of the rubric. Like, they reverted them back to normal and then just fucking killed them or, like, undid it before his eyes. Is this real? Is that what, was that Yvraine or was that someone else? Was that Tzeentch just fucking with him? Oh, elbows are quite sore. Skeletor is fighting to be the master of the universe. Who's more badass than that? Exactly. And like, Skeletor's been at it forever. Like, you can't just dethrone the king like that. Hey, I reckon that's real. She cured 6 rubrics, then made them walk into a warp pit. It's implied they felt it. That's so fucked up. What the fuck, Yvraine? Why? Like, surely if the rubrics can be cured, like, surely the Thousand Suns, like, have a road to being chill, right? Like, because the whole issue was the flesh change, and the rubric was meant to fix the flesh change, so then if she can fix the rubric, would they be back to normal without the flesh change? At which point, there's like a road to being happy people, right? Instead, she just decides to be an asshole? Man. Rowboat fucking, what's his name? Rowboat Girly Man. His wife is not a nice lady. I reckon I'm probably gonna call it quits for today, because we've been going for 5 hours and 20 minutes now. My wrists are quite sore from all like the little turning and shit, and my elbows are sore from leaning on them all day. I don't know if there's, yeah. The rubrics, the rubrics are basically the Thousand Sons are they were the Legion of Sorcerers. Then Primarch was Magnus the Red, who's like a psycho almost on the same level as the Emperor. And so the rubrics or rubricae are basically the issue with the Thousand Sons was that their gene seed was corrupted, and so as time went on and as they used more of their warp powers, they'd mutate and turn into Chaos Spawn, and that was a really big problem for the Thousand Sons. So Ahriman, who is like the one of the big sorcerers of the Thousand Sons, funny Sandman, true. But anyway, so Ahriman, who is one of the sorcerers of the Thousand Sons, was like, "This is fucked up. We can't have anyone. We can't have all our dudes turning into Chaos Spawn." So he ended up making some deals with Tzeentch to try to fix them, and he cast a big ritual called the Rubric, and it was meant to cure everyone of their of the flesh change, which was what turned them in the corruption that turned them into Chaos Spawn. And so he casts the ritual that's called the Rubric, and it basically just goes wrong, and all like 90% of the Thousand Sons, instead of being cured of the flesh change, they just get disintegrated and turned into dust inside their armor and lose most of their sentience. So they're just like, they're just basically automatons in power armor, and they don't have any free will anymore. They just kind of get controlled by, basically the only way that they can move is by being controlled by a Thousand Sons sorcerer. And so now Ahriman, who had cast this rubric, is like, oh shit, I've just doomed like half the Legion, and he gets banished by Magnus. And so now his goal is his whole thing is he's trying to right his wrong. He's trying to see if he can turn all of the Rubricae, so all the dudes who got turned into dust, he's trying to see if he can turn all the Rubricae back into regular people so that he can sort of make up for his mistake. But yeah, you considered buying Robo Gorilla Man, but he wouldn't be able to do him any justice. Yeah, that makes sense. That's me with the lion. I want to buy the lion, but I don't think I could. I don't think I could do it justice. But yeah, Yvraine is going to be chased by Ahriman forever. Good. I haven't finished the Ahriman books yet, but good. Like just from the sounds of what she did there, curing 6 of Rubricae and then making them walk into a warp pit. Dick move, Yvraine. I hope Ahriman catches you. But yeah, anyway, it's we've made good progress. I think. Okay, we haven't made good progress. This is gonna take so long to finish. But anyway, I'm happy with how the guns have turned out with the little, like with the way the burnt muzzle has shown up on the barrel of the flamers. Looks really cool. But I'm probably gonna call it here because I'm tired. I'm eepy. My wrists and elbows are sore. We've been going at it for 5.5 hours now. If I buy a lion, you'll paint yours right beside you. Francois, please. This is the line of this is the bargaining that ended in me getting a knight. Chill. Look, maybe I'll consider it after I've painted the knight and bought Kairos Fateweaver, because I've said already that that's going to happen. It's no big deal. After Kairos, maybe we'll get the lion. But yeah, anyway, thanks for dropping by, everyone. I need to go. It's been a long session. It's been real. Thanks for dropping in as always. Been a lot of fun. Had a lot of you guys here talking today, so yeah, it was really good. Thanks for hopping by. Like